Hello, everybody, and I would like to thank my wonderful subscribers. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the last video of Ace Attorney Rise from the Ashes. Last time, we basically confirmed that Damon Dan, the chief of police, is the one behind every event so far. So, yeah. So I'm pretty sure this gonna be our last day in court. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. This is it. This is the defendant lobby, alright. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Yana all morning. Where is she? Oh, she's probably talking to someone. And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems like, I don't know. Something been happening behind the scenes. Oh, Edgeworth, okay. Edgeworth? Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Yeah, I mean, Damon Dan, really. Yeah, I'm not the only one who figured it out. I mean, it's kinda obvious, but kinda not. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still rumors out regarding this ID record. Yeah. You don't have to keep telling us that we get by the skin of our teeth. I know that. If that number does belong to who you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. Yeah. So, we have to connect him to the bloody handprint, because that is what allowed us to make it by. Where's the bloody handprint? Do we not have a picture of it? Okay, I think it is this one. Yeah. This bloody handprint is the only reason we're still here. Because it is there, we have proven that someone came in before the blue badger. So, yeah. So, we might have to try to connect to him. I don't know how, though. Clue. Not yet. Maybe we can match the size of his hand to the print? In any event, once all doubt had been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. Are you done? 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Shaddai will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you say it much, which is why I came here to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Yeah. Kinda not supposed to. Yon is hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. What are you talking about? We've already connected everything. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. But that's what it's all about. That depends on you. Huh? If she's found guilty, you'll use your only chance to find out what really happened. Did you accidentally present forged evidence? Is it your fault? Or think about it. See you in court, right? Damn. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Stan has on her, it's now. It's something related to SL9. Wait, I just remembered something. Okay. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court Room number 9. I just remembered that we got this. It has her plinth, which means that at some point, it means that at some point, Emma did something with this evidence. Maybe that is related to it. And also, we have the jar. Let me check it. No. Oh wait, maybe I can zoom in with X. Never mind. I thought I saw some letters, but no. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Yana Shaddai. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Dad. Hello? What are you doing? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Auntie, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning. I did my work. Oh, that's a good one. I don't think I can top that. You're fun. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Yana, that is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Why did she ask you and not the judge? Aren't you the police chief? Not, like, the chief of justice? She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should have her request granted. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Okay, what are you gonna say? Are you gonna say you're guilty of the 500th time? Really? What is this all about, defendant? Give me a minute. I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. What? A guilty verdict? Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? Oh yeah, you didn't want me to pursue the truth any further, didn't you? Ugh. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Yana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant claimed to not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, what are you gonna do? Remove me? I know you're on the retire your shirt. No, you are not gonna be my first unhappy customer. Not while I'm this close. But, Yana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may yet direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would now like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly had the right to self-representation. Her request is usually valid, although an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears that no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. Well, my defendant is being manipulated, Your Honor. Isn't there any circumstance in which her words aren't valid in that case? This can't be happening. It appears the time of the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Oh, Edward, you too. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edward? The prosecution had not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Edward, that doesn't really hold water because of, what is it? Because of this. Yeah, no. Listen, this is when all reasonable doubt would go away from most people. So, I mean, no, you're kind of wrong. Reasonable doubt had been hit. Now, reasonable doubt, we go for any doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Okay. Calm now, Worthy. So yeah, I guess that's what this court operates on. And that's why, even if I prove the defendant innocent, I have to prove somebody else guilty, so all doubt is removed. So not reasonable, it's any. Come now, Worthy. I understand that this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good old boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Dad. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you'd have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Shaddai. I would like the court hear her testimony. Let me guess, it's gonna be Anna. It's her. Mr. Edwards, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Shaddai. The exposure of the truth can sometimes result in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Oh, that was awesome. That was a great line. I wanted to capture the whole thing, but I think I just wanted I just want to highlight, to remember to look that up later. Very well. The torch out to land, the prostitution to the left. That's okay with you, right, Chief Dad? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Ambassador, please take the stand. Young Edward has decided to take the horse by the reins, and we have to follow him off the edge. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. And no, you're not a scientific investigator yet. You can't call yourself that. My name is Emma. Emma Shaddai. My occupation, I'm Yana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dart of the Joe Dart killing. Is that correct? Okay, that's called a leading question. It's a question that tells you what the answer is. So what she should have said is, did you encounter someone on this day? Or I'm not good at changing questions into not leading. But yeah, you shouldn't give that answer. I wonder if, would this be a leading question? Have you ever encountered any dangerous individuals? Or have you encountered any serial killers? Is that a leading question? Is this correct? So I guess it really depends on what you consider giving the answer is. Yes. I'm sorry my heart is to present about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edwards, please remember, this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. It's an incident that was resolved 2 years ago. Really all that relevant? Yeah. How are they connected again? I mean, I know how they're connected. All the same people are a part of it. So I guess but the only real way we can connect it is by naming a suspect and explaining why that is related to the incident. Yes, it most certainly is. Yeah, he didn't believe you because it seemed like bullshit, to be honest. No words? That's cool. Well, okay then. I guess it is. You said words and now I believe you suddenly. She's her David fast. I mean, what else is she supposed to do? We've gone this far. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Yesteryear. That's a word. Is bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Witness testimony 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came in running and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Stab! The man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Egbert, what did this testimony have to do with Detective Dimmon's murder? Yeah, I'm not an investigator. All I do is sit here and I kind of wait for everyone to come back. So I have no idea what happened before. So you really didn't have to explain to me how all of this is even relevant. I have no idea what this SL9 incident had to do with anything else. That will soon become appealing, Your Honor. You gotta admire him for his courage, considering that he has no evidence. This judge allows a lot of shit that he should not. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Wow, I almost forgot I had a job here because of how Edgeworth has been acting. Objection! Oh wait. Hold it! 2 years ago, the defense was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under then Chief Deputy Chief of Police Dan. I don't know, man. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Dan and Miss Shaddai used to be quite the pair. I wonder what happened to them. Everyone keeps saying they were a great pair, but I believe they share the same office. What happened to them to lead it to this situation? Not equals, but puppets. Or, that's right. I'd always say my sister's death and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Yana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Okay. Hold it! A man. Yes, Joe Dart. He was a serial killer. Joe Dart was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dart proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then, he ran into Miss Shaddai Dance's office. That name for the office is way too long. Can we shorten it to the office or whatever? There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. Right when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. How did he do that? What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dart's questioning. Deputy Chief Police Dan and Deputy Chief Damon Dan and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I hate anybody who has a deputy chief. Almost forgot about Dan. Too hard to say. Neil Marshall had just received the Team of Prosecutors Award. In this picture, and there's the knife. Sorry, wrong one. Young and dedicated, He went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he... Oh shit! Well thought. When Dart dragged me, I thought I was just good and dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't really remember what happened then. But... do I need to play this one? Can you tell us about that? Neil Marshall jumped on Dart. Just then, the light went out. The light? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on. And lightning struck nearby. So, the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything. Right? But just then. Right? But just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective what I saw then. The detective? Oh yeah. Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. You didn't die! You did him! He's like an old goober. What are you doing there, the detective, silly Billy? Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. Hear more! So, you both with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yeah. Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. I knew him. And not just as a cardboard cutout of a victim. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Wait a minute. Give me a minute. Okay, ask about the picture. This picture that the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. So I have the picture, I believe. It's the one on the back of the list of evidence I got. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help out the investigation. I should still shit now. Whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took the case over after Marshall died. Yet, I never received any pictures. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I drew it! I swear I'm not just imagining it! This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. This one. Turn it over. Yeah, there it is. I remember this. The picture. Okay, so all I have to do is present it. Well, anyway, yet continue. The scene that implanted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it for us, to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed him in the chest. Okay. Which one do I do it to? This one or the other one? I think I should just present. Oh wait, no I don't. I hope this works. Otherwise you're very not like an idiot. Mr. Edward! This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. Sorry buddy, but take two? Time to prove you wrong. And everybody called you the demon attorney, and then you manipulated April May's testimony, and then you manipulated Wright's testimony, and then you wanted to have another day to make up evidence to convict Phoenix Wright. So you're kind of not the good guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence yet for the SL9 incident. Yes, please, turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is this? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that yet? Me? Oh yeah. Oh shit, this evidence is actually like not allowed because it wasn't official, and like didn't we get this yet out of Chief Dad's safe? So yeah, technically we aren't supposed to have it. Huh. These yes, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edward, that the evidence yet you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 years fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. Really? Really? You can see the tear marks? Well, where are they? Where the hell are the tear marks? I know this seems pretty, like... I know this seems pretty pedantic to me, but, like... You have to understand that this is not the original version of the game. This is an updated one. Like, this was a new version with all 3 games in HD. They had time to update the visuals. All they had to do was add a little tear line. That would have taken like 5 minutes, maybe. Do better, Capcom. You can't. Don't lie. So, as you can see, Mr. Edward, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence yet ever reached you. What? What? Order. But, Mr. Dye, why did you draw the picture on the back of such an important yet? It was probably what they handed her. Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the collection room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If that yet was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging out of your head. if the evidence was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edwards yet. Really? I don't know about you, but I mean, it looks like a pretty complete drawing. I don't know what more you can add to it. Yes, that's like conceivable. Mr. Edward. It's possible. Let's see. Okay, I like how when he had the paper in his hand, there's literally nothing on the back of it. Hey, okay guys, I know you probably didn't want to change what the paper has on the back of it, but come on, this is the HD version. You can add it for one trial, okay? It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? He found it, obviously. Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something wrong on the back of my list. It's that thing! That thing! That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. So wait, was that a dead end? Did we honestly get a dead end? Did somebody stop playing the music and not that good? Evidence, yes. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half of this list was found in Dan's office, in Dan's desk. Okay, so that's how the lists fit together. Very well. Witness. Give me a minute. Give me a check. Oh, you know what? So I can't even I can't even go back to the other side. I just have to look at this image now. Why did she draw it like that? No, I don't think that this is the work of the same person. Nobody, come on, you think that Chief Dan and Emma Shaddai had the same exact material and have the exact same style of drawing? You can see here that what she does is she creates an outline and then she fills it out. Not very well, so you can still see parts of the light. If you look at the Blue Badger, the same exact thing. This is the work of the same artist, Edward, and you would be blind not to see it. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? But why can't we ask her if she drew the other part? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. What, that she drew the other part? Witness testimony. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning to burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. She saw. That's a reference to the television show Invincible. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly showed Joe Dart about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. But wait, how did this exonerate my client? And how did this make Chief Dan look guilty? The defense may begin a cross-examination. Oh, god dang it. Okay, another one. Emma picture. And yes, I know there are half. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. There's so many more days. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Dant and Yana Shaddai. 2 or 3 days later, the memories should still have been fresh in her mind, especially since it's traumatic. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Well, because all she could see were shadows. Yeah, obviously. I knew that's where I was going. I was about to be like... Because all she had to do the picture with was charcoal. Because it looked like it might be charcoal. So, at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dart had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, BAM! And that's when the lightning flashed. Damn, that is a good image. I like that. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have faded. This picture shows exactly what... Oh, wait. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this deal any further? You know, I like to think he's saying that because he understands what it's like to have a traumatic experience. What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Man, I really liked how Edgeworth and Phoenix are really like... I liked how they're both mirroring each other in some ways. Edgeworth is taking our objections. I'm repeating his lines. You know, it's kind of fun. Yeah, we're equals. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that. Why is it green? Oh, are they all green? Okay. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talk with the detectives. I watch detective TV shows. I know what their powers can do. Manipulating slightly. Are you insinuating that we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, not you. I never said you. No, of course not. I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. Maybe he'll redirect all his clients. Maybe he'll redirect all my clients to his office. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detective. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Okay, that's decisive. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. What? That's strange. She claimed in the exact scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction. See, though. Okay, well, obviously, I think that what I have to present in the picture to this part. But what is it? Wait, can I not? Oh, I can. Oh, X. Oh, no. Your Honor, okay, no. I lost. Yeah, okay. Ah! Oh god, my brain just had an aneurysm. Ooh, that didn't know so. Okay, I have to actually look for sure. Okay, maybe I just plus it. Sorry for asking so many times, but you sure you do exactly what you saw? Of course, there's the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talk with the detective. Okay, well. I never said it was you, Edward. Okay, no. For watch out, they can find a way to talk my salary. I do this because your boy had anything from the detective. So I don't think anybody's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. What? That's strange. You think that there's a young woman implanted in her memory, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. No, I only did this option. What is contradictory about this picture? Two people, just like we saw, a knife in someone's hand, ready to stab it down. Pretty good image, to be honest. I just need to figure out what's off about it. Okay, is that a hat in one of the hands? Kinda look like the hat. Is somebody holding the hat to their heart or whatever? I mean, the only thing that's off is like, I mean, that knife isn't very pointy, but I don't know. Would she really care about how pointy the knife is when she was drawing the picture? You know what? Fuck it. I have nothing to use. Just present the knife, I guess. I don't like how I can't erase data, so I always have to do 3 slides now. I think I have to present something. Like, what knife would it be? No. Okay, no. Okay. Shit. Okay, that's not it. Time to do my magic teleportation shit. Yo. What is it then? I don't know, honestly. Because all of this is true. Emma had no reason to lie. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Correct. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted, yeah. The picture shows exactly what I saw in the mirror. Yeah, no, I hit every... Did I hit? Maybe I didn't hit the other one? Maybe you did actually... Okay. Okay, you're just gonna defend her, and I'm being nice of you, but not really what I need to hear right now. So I actually do have to, like... Okay... So you didn't know. No, I couldn't see him clearly, but not to the floor, right name. I saw this image. Yeah, in the picture, the knife is pointy. But Emma actually wasn't her. Maybe it's another knife, I don't know. No, wrong knife. How many knives do we have in the total? 2? We only have 2? Trying to figure out what it is. Okay, I'm on it. Oh shit. Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna go through the list and find out what isn't related. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not this. Well, actually, maybe. No, that doesn't make sense. We haven't done anything yet. No. Yeah, no, the image ain't is it this? Okay, well, shit. God damn it. Okay. Ooh, that didn't go so well. Okay, we are back. Yeah, get right back into it. Okay. So, I pressed everything. The only thing I can do now is, keep using my evidence. Well, you're pretty random bullshit now. Really, nothing? Okay. I'm going to you. Okay, well, I need to apologize. That made me feel better. It has to be this, right? What else is it even? Like, do we have the autopsy report from the... But that makes sense. Wait, what? How? Okay. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it. But I still remember it. Just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright? Perhaps it would be faster for you to simply point out the contradiction for us. What part of this picture of the... Oh, wait. So, remember how I said the knife was dull? Or how in the picture, this knife isn't pointy at all? Well, I just remembered that... Didn't somebody tell us that a part of the knife went into his back? So, the pointy end would become dull, but it doesn't make sense for the knife to be dull before it gets put in the body. So, maybe it is this. How do I... Okay. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, it's typically broken. I mean, I wouldn't call it broken. It's just really blocky instead of pointy. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip was broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was broken off into the victim's body. It was the conclusive evidence that proved Joe Dart was the murderer. I'm afraid that's not so simple, Emma. Objection, Mother! And what playtell could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back, meaning he didn't pull it out and he didn't stab again, and that is not what Emma saw. Emma saw the one and only Shaddam wound. If the victim was only Shaddam once, then the murder weapon should not have been broken. Ah. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Well, that doesn't make sense, because a part of the knife was found in the back. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't have wound up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably found within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory misstated. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, Edgy. But she was sure she remembered correctly, and she is your witness, bitch. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Is it there? But is there? I don't know. Not so fast, Mr. Edward. There is another explanation. I don't know what it is, guys. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No! No! Shit. Order, order, order. Are you saying that the investigation was really corrupt? Well, we know it is, because Yana told us that desperate times call for desperate measures. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder that many years ago. Not the day of the murder that happened today, or whatever. The day of the murder that happened, 2 whole years ago. Completely unrelated to the case. Oh wait, I don't know what day it is, because that happened both times. The police department and the prosecuting office were holding a ceremony that day. Yeah, okay, the old day. After receiving the Team of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall selected Joe Dart with Damon Dant. Oh. During his questioning, Joe Dart fled the room. He got pumped up. Neil Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dart. And in my belief, that somewhere in this story, there is a lie, a falsehood, an untruth, a ruse, a con, a ploy, a fake. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. You couldn't mention that, Emma, beforehand. If that is true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Oh yeah, and that is what St. Marshall wanted us to know, that the knife wasn't the same. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Astronomical, Your Honor. Another broken knife besides Joe Dart. Could there have been one? Well, I'm not gonna say am I mistaken. I don't want to be a jerk. Oh, wait a minute. There are two. This halberd. A halberd and pointy, right? Let me go to the image that we have. Where's the halberd? Yeah, there it is. It may not be that pointy, but it works. So it's the halberd. That's a bloated knife in the picture. If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. But in that instance, Emma really did see a bloated knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other bloated knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us with evidence, bitch! The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take it in this. Here's the real murder weapon. Well, what do I do? Because that one doesn't have the knife or the halberd, but the picture does. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here in this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edward? It's the bloated murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. It's bloated as hell. So, are we going to assume that, like, somehow he managed to disconnect the halberd from the image and then, like, grabbed it and stabbed? Like, no, that's dumb. That doesn't even seem possible. What, did he, assuming that he didn't have a weapon on him, why would he take the trophy apart instead of just bashing the head? That's how I would do it. That's a bloated knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dart's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was, in all likelihood, from this award. Wow. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded team of prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this bloated shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dart, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This bloated knife was the only weapon he had in that dangerous... Wait, what? But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edward? Because if the team of prosecutor award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be okay. Okay. So, what we are saying is that Neil Marshall had it. Then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. Okay, so like, what do you mean? I mean, the man wielding the knife would have been prosecuted Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the only one who actually died. Yeah? Well, just because you're raising the knife doesn't mean you're the one who's gonna win. That's true. What's going on here? My logic is flawless, but the outcome is confusing me. It seems Mr. Wright had been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edward. What is it? Could you show me your evidence yesterday? Here? The one with that picture, scribble on the back. Why did you draw it like that? I knew it. this picture, I'm the one who drew it. Yeah, I kind of realized that because it looked exactly like what you did earlier. What? Ooh, right? That's right. But just wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Oh, now I can see the lines. What? How did they? Why was it torn so good? That's not how a tail looks. The only way paper tears like that is if the paper is designed to be weaker, so you can tear it apart. Give me a minute. Yeah, I kinda, yeah. All the time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have got this part deep inside myself. Perhaps it would be best if we added it to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you were told, Miss Shaddai? Yes, Your Honor. First, the knife mix-up. Now the blue badger. This should be interesting. I know he probably said that like, oh, this will be interesting. But I'm happier than he is. When I saw that man raise a knife, I panicked, rushed towards them both. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of light, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? How would that work? There certainly is most unusual. Try impossible. The chief. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. The chief of police hadn't even designed this thing until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Damn, it must have auto-done something. Please! Stop! Don't pursue this any further! Have we seen this animation? I don't think we have. Yana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that? Because the truth. Chief Prosecutor should die. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems like we're finally getting to the core of the matter, because she seems pretty freaked out. Cross-examination. When I saw that man raise a knife... What do you say, that man? I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor office report. So then I panicked and rushed towards them both. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Prosecutor Marshall. She seemed convinced that Dart was the one holding the knife. But I would just theorize Prosecutor Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, at the time, I didn't know that. When that Dart guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I gotta help that other person. I think I knocked the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did is all kind of a blur. Mr. Dye was almost killed before you were witness to a murder. With so much happening, in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young Dale. So what happened next? Yes then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Wait a minute. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of police who thought up the design of the hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. This is all site verifiable. Let's verify it. Ask the chief how he came up with the design. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling like I'd seen him somewhere before. Oh, now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you think that thing has had enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Where did you see his shadow? His shadow? You mean you didn't see his face with his winning smile at all? That's right, but I should still remember. He had 3 creepy horns. Report, yes. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. Edward, she had already admitted to making the picture. Why would she lie about it? Obviously, we aren't looking at this correctly. Why are we just assuming that it's the blue badger? The witness must be mistaken. Man, I like how when a witness of yours gets something wrong, it's no big deal. Just a little mistake. But no, when I'm mistaken, it's a big deal. That may well be. But what's important is what taught her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, tell us what this shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who was the blue badger really? No. Impossible. No. 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 Nope. 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 9. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 2 horns. No, that can't work. That's not how that would work. No, that's ridiculous. But I'm almost out of health anyway. I might as well do dumb shit. The blue badger hadn't even been doing that when Emma drew this picture. Yet, she certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a defensive belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there was indeed something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. What? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean then. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Show us this mysterious... Okay, so I guess that confirms that all evidence is in the room while we do this. That makes sense. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that... what exactly is that? I believe it is some sort of jar. But, Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, if we were to change our viewpoint, maybe do a little turnabout of our eyes, look at things from a new angle, change our viewpoint, I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. So how would I, how do I, I really don't know how much it... Okay, what way did it go? Wait, go here, go here. Maybe this? Maybe? Okay, oh wait, okay, so, present! Oh, god damn it. God damn it! Wait, he said horizontally? Okay. He did, okay. Okay, but the horns go down. Oh, wait, is it this? Wait, this? Okay, because if you look at it from this way, the horns are going a bit more down. Oh my god. Okay, I get it. You don't have to keep repeating it every time. I wish it would just tell me if I got it right or if I got it wrong automatically. I don't need them to do that every time. It can't be below, it has to be this way. See? But yeah, the point doesn't look this way, maybe? Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't need you guys to keep repeating it, damn it. Okay, okay. This rotates it. Go this way? Maybe I have to turn it. Yeah, over here, maybe? I don't know, man. It's hard. Well, this looks right. The only problem is that it's in the wrong direction. Okay, that looks pretty cool, but it's not long enough. Why do I always get shit during these videos? Okay. Oh my god. Oh god damn it. Okay. I'll do 2 more times. 2 more times. I can see kids hating this part of the game when they were kids. Yeah, I could honestly see them not liking this part. Just because like, it's so sensitive, right? You really want me to match it up perfectly? I can't just give a good description. Yeah, I'm glad they have the picture to ID, but like, how precise do you want kids to be with it? Okay, okay. 1 more time. I'll do it 1 more time, and if I get it right, then okay. I just have to like... That doesn't make sense. Maybe it goes this way, so maybe I have to see the horns. Wait a minute, is this how I'm supposed to get at it? Oh wait, is it? Oh, well, okay. I really felt like I had something there. You know what, next time I'll read the... Okay. So, actually, maybe I'm supposed to go this way. More this way. And more over here. Okay. Oh, come on! It doesn't have to look exactly like the badger. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, no matter how we present it, if rotate a bit, rotate, vertices or... Well, that doesn't help me, does it? No, it doesn't see it right. God damn it. Okay, Okay. What way to go at it? Turn it this way, maybe? I'm just so confused about how I'm supposed to even do this. Maybe like this. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, I have to do it the other way. So like, make it turn. Wait, and then upside down, maybe? Oh, that didn't make sense. Okay, yeah. Turn a bit more this way. I wish the controls weren't like this. I wish they were like more like these arrows to make it easier. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, we did that go into story mode. Okay, yeah, you do a better job than me, bitch. Okay, I did that so many times. How is yours? How is that better? What? Well, is this a miracle or what? It would be if I could do it. Okay. Nobody can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger just barely. Yeah, it would take somebody hours to even see it at the blue badger. No. No, it can't be! Order. The defense has proven its claim. What like the CPU has. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually... Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. So what? What did this even mean? What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. That doesn't change what happened at the crime scene. That doesn't change the fact that Yana is admitting her guilt. I'm afraid that you're wrong, Mr. Edward. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw a jar? It can't be the murderer. Can't be the murder weapon. Wait, where was it? Can I see it in the image? There it is. Okay, so this picture was taken in Chief Dan's office. Not in Yana's office. But they're part of the same room, so does it really matter? Allow me to take these in turn. At the time of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. An angle that might be impossible for a human to do. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Dance. But the body was found near Yana Shadai's death. My point is exactly. The witness testifies so herself. What about the disorientation? Yes, and it is these two facts that revealed what transpired that day. You see, the struggle between Dart and Marshall, in fact, did not take place in Yana Shadai's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Dan's office, literally a couple feet away. Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Dan's office to Yana Shadai's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. What are you trying to say? That somebody else did it? If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. The only problem with that argument, Phoenix Wright, is that you forget that humans aren't perfectly logical. Sometimes they make illogical decisions because of emotion, maybe something else. maybe the murderer had a mental breakdown and moved the body with him. Hallucinations. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. I know everything now. So this is why you're on the trial to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please withhold the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding the knife. Wait. The man said that the jar flew and was hit through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to be the body, the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I might draw your attention to this picture once more. And the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf where the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? No. 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 We aren't saying that when Emma pushed him, he flew into the knife. Aren't we? Oh, God. Ah! Suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. Is it the man who was carrying the armor? Is it the man who was not into the armor, like carrying a broken knife? He would have had to be Neil Marshall, wielding the Tina Prosecutor's trophy. Okay, but like, the issue with that is like, is that how the trophy works? Can it be taken apart that easily? No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility about what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming that the man Emma pushed, that Emma knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Why? What has this done? What have we done? Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved it with her very own testimony. I mean, if you think about it, like, most of the murderers have done that in this game. So it's not that surprising. It's unprecedented. Which part? Like, the murderer not knowing, or the murderer proving their own guilt? Because they do that sometimes, just not on purpose. Objection! Oh wait, objection! What are you saying? I'm sorry, Mr. Guy, but given the circumstances, don't start murder Prosecutor Marshall. How did you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Wow, I don't think we've seen this face either. Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The real reason you moved prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edward, I have no idea what you are talking about. But didn't you already admit to... Oh! For the sister. Okay. Sorry, I was like... Yana, why are you lying? You already admitted to, like, forging evidence. But what Edward is saying is that you forged evidence for your sister. And she's denying it because she doesn't want to incriminate her sister. Okay. If you hope to have anyone believe your inane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it's sure that it would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If you don't have any evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. You know, I realized something. Yana Shaddai is probably the only character we've seen both the back and the front of the most times. Yet usually, we'll get a panning shot where we see all the characters from behind. Or we just see the witness from behind. But I think Yana Shaddai has shown us the most of her back. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. If only Maya was here. Shit. This has all been a wild goose chase. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Nah. Touché, Miss Shaddai. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. Huh? You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edward? I mean the possibility that the victim left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist or not? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left. It's in the evidence. I don't know. Let me check. No. Nope. I can get rid of a lot of the evidence because it's new. No. This is new evidence. This is new. By new, I mean evidence that, is from the current trial, not the past one. I thought I saw lines, letters, meaning in here. What is that, the Y button? Where is it? Zoom in is X. Didn't even look like a name though. It's too fragmented. How would you even read it? It looks like an A. There are lines here, but it looks like a smiley face. What does it mean? Let's just do it anyway. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Nah. Do not be missedated, Miss Shadai. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it is. Now then, Mr. Wright. I really like this new thing that Edward is doing with truth. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. No. Yeah, it's the jar. Okay, it's the jar. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from earlier, right? Oh, is he just gonna beat the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. You don't get everyone regarded that this is just a jar. You're not so weird about jars and blue badgers. A message was left here on the surface of the jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you'll see a faint trace of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments haven't been wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dogs were once limes. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the last pleasant moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect the dots. And the victim's message will become a parent. A father. No. I feel bad for Yana, because how is this helping her? Like, we're doing all this work, but none of it is related to Yana's case. Not yet. I mean, I know that, like, we pretty much already know that the one who killed Goodman was Demon Dant, okay? We know that. And we know that the reason why Yana was next to the body is because she was an accomplice. So I guess what we have to do is we have to prove that Damon Dant is manipulating her. And then we have to prove that, like, Damon Dant is the real murderer or whatever. But we're not doing that right now. We're hurting an innocent woman. Mr. Wright? What kind of message did the victim leave us? Your Honor, I believe these blood stains will reveal to us the answer. I gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written down given the circumstances. His murderer's name. So we have to turn this into Emma, I hope, maybe. Well, I don't hope. Why would I want to hope for that? I actually really like this mechanic. This is a pretty fun mechanic. Okay? They honestly really creative. And I think I enjoy this one much more than the jar one. Yeah, the jar one was just like way too sensitive, you know? Yeah. Okay, to here, to here. But also, if we assume... Sorry, give me a minute, okay. If we assume that Neil Marshall actually wrote this message, he's an asshole. Like, he literally, spent the last few moments of his life to turn down an innocent woman who was, tried to help him, and, it was accidental. If he wrote this message, Neil Marshall's an asshole for it. Give me a minute, I need to edit the character again. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Yana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. I'm sorry. This doesn't feel good. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Shaddai, Your Honor. What are we doing here? Shit, okay. Really, you had to bargain right now? See, Worthy, didn't I warn you? See, Dan, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dart was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor for that case, were you not? Ha! Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dart really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not really important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We are merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-ups or evident forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Shit, what's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How did he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! Let me guess, it could not be 12? The double pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the cloud, the judge declared a recess. Where the trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. I'm gonna keep going because we haven't even hit 2 hours. Yes, I am gonna save. February 25th. 12 6 District Office, the District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. No, you are not doing that again, detective. Come back here. Wait, detective, what is it? Are you gonna get mad at me now? You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you told me here. I think happier people at funerals. Didn't you say that the first time? I take it Yana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this, if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence, y'all. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence, y'all. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You say you... Okay, well, I don't need to read all that. It's a flashback. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? What is it? She said, if you're planning to take on him, you're gonna need this book. Him? Chief Dan. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence, y'all, for the mission die. It blames the 2 rules of evidence, y'all. Security select in deposit. Doesn't look like that book will do any good though. All that you have now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. Yeah. For all we did in there, we didn't really prove anything about Yana. Just Emma. That's where you're wrong, detective. How are we gonna connect the past to the present, though? Oh, I figured it out. I figured it all out. This jar was found in Chief Dan's safe. That's how we connect Chief Dan to the past. And by connecting him to the past, we connect him to the future. That's it. Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecution seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't been done yet. What? What else is there to do? Your credibility been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Shaddai found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want more? You've gotta be kidding me, pal. What are you guys doing? You're missing the point, detective. Yana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Huh? She merely stuck a knife in his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Okay, February 25th, 12:52, District Tort Room number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Yana Shaddai. Mr. Edward? Yes, Your Honor? The Inquiry Committee is planning on imposing harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. I may be happy right now, but I'm fucking pissed. I don't deserve this. I'm awesome. The tool on Mr. Edward on the prosecution god. Yeah, no. You know that right now, he is burning up inside. He is not happy right now. Yes. Normally, this is where the prosecution calls for a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edward, may have, seduced a bargain. What do you mean, Edward? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses with my powers of deduction and observation? I didn't say that. He did. I did. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and, very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call for all further witnesses. Okay, that's a new thing. Although, did you know that in real life, the defense can call witnesses? So, technically, all Mr. Edwards is doing right now is giving the defense one of its real-life rights. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edward has found a way to continue the trial. So, yeah. Although, apparently in this world, the defense can't do that. Edward has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. Yeah, what is it? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial, your good is over. The defense called. The time finally ready to clean out the real murderer. Meetings! It's all you! You may pretend to be innocent, but you're not. You're guilty of every crime on Earth. I'm joking. It's obviously Emma. You may look innocent, but you are guilty of every crime on Earth. Okay, let me go back to the real one. Angel Cigar, it's you. You're guilty of every crime on Earth, and you're hot. The latest crime. Okay, I'm joking. It's him. Damon Dant. The defense calls Damon Dant to the sedan. Damon Dant? What does he have to do with anything? Well, we found a piece of the jar in his safe, and if we assume that's evidence, then he's responsible for concealing it. And if we then talk about the past, we had to talk about the jar, which was found in Damon Dant's safe. As a defensive partner 2 years ago, Mr. Dant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he had to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Dant to the sedan. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to yon. Your name and occupation, sir. Worry. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, huh? But please, Mr. Dan. Fine. My name is... oh shit, my voice went bucked. Oh shit, I'm sorry. My name's Chief Dan. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Dan, the court would like to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What was the grim face? First, let's clear up the SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Yana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it made pretty clear already. Wow. Did you see how quick he jumped on that idea? Yeah, he was like, oh, that was the time when somebody murdered somebody. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Sean? Sean, you're either very brave or very foolish. I'm both, bitch. You are aware that a chief police has all sorts of weapons at his... No, I can say that better. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Handguns, assault rifles, people... weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police had the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such actions carry with it certain risks. Oh, don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may begin his testimony. Witness testimony. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were threatening him that day. To make the long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Yana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Some mud bastardess. Is that when Dart was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dart bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. Until we trashed the tut with a trash examination. If the police chief had the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Well, if you want to hit, if you want me to hit him hard, I know what to do. Okay, I want to see how hard they actually want me to hit him. God, I love his clapping animation. It's so fun. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. And blame yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. Okay, Judge, everybody here, are you not incapable of recognizing that this object is a jar just because I told you it was the blue badger? Like, an object can be two things at once. Like, something can be a statue and a clock. A piece of the jar was found in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence that I presented earlier was actually found inside of your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief there? These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Dan, what is the meaning of this? Ho! Ho! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. Rival? I beat his ass 2 times before, buddy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Wait. Who? Me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found that evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up having to pay to work. Something telling me that he cares about Edgeworth enough to where he might actually do that. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and in relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. the two witness testimony, evidence, and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a yes? For all I know, you could have planted those in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were this. If they were found after Dart was convicted, then they're worthless. I'm not really sure what he means by that. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but do you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Ozzy. In return, though, I know. That place, right? What? Are these guys telepathic? Are they, like, friends? Are they, like, really good friends? Cross-examination. Forgery and evidence. For all I know, you could have planned those in my office. But I didn't. I'd appreciate it if you stopped making these ridiculous allegations. Yeah, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? Oh yeah, you know, back in the day, I once broke into a towel ranch and tipped. What, do you know towel tipping, Phoenix? I did not know you were the type. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove that you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? Did you film your entire interaction? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rhino's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was found. If they were found after Dart was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying that this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence yet. Oh, for all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dart was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? Huh? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remark, however clever, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Jet fuel can't melt steel. Jet fuel cannot melt steel beams. That's something you don't know, right? Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eyes and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Shaddai. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Dan? At the very least, there's one large benefit that you reaped from all of this. Oh yeah, I forgot. He is Chief of Police now. He is Chief of Police now, but he was only the Deputy Chief of Police. So that means that the SL9 incident ensured that he would be promoted. Okay. Oh, I wasn't aware of this benefit. That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is a sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Oh. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that taste, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 incident merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yeah. He would then be made chief anyway. Be careful where you point that finger, or you might end up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. What do you mean? There were only 3 people I looked out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Archie, mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do so. Do you believe he just said that in a court of y'all? Like he honestly just said that he only cares for himself. A man whose entire persona is built off being this nice guy who will help people and even give you $50. If he just said that he only cares about himself, I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That Dale, Yana, your sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on slime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. So, is that your backstory, your Freudian excuse? If you don't know what a Freudian excuse is, you just look it up on TV tropes. It's a website where you can look up tropes and archetypes that appear in media. It's pretty good. You seem to be acting up on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. I think I'll take that. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yes. Well, we know he has an accomplice. True. You might not help out anyone for their sake, but what if it benefited you? You might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright. It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. No, Judge, you're dumb. Why are you doing this? Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Dan may have helped? Himself. Meet him. It was all a part of their evil plan. It was obviously Jake Marshall. It was all part of his evil plan. It was all Bruce Goodman. He wanted to commit suicide. Dick Gumshoe. He wanted $50. Yana should die. I can't think of a motive. Emma. He was gonna promote her the scientific investigator. Angel Shadar. He was gonna pay her $50 for more lunches. No, wait, wrong way. Chief Prosecutor Yana should die. The defendant. It's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Shaddai fell victim to an unfortunate series of events, and not the TV show. I never saw it. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Yana? As for Chief Dan, he would also have a reason to help Yana, if he asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Yana Shaddai was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged for this job change was you, Chief Dan. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would gain unchecked He would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he played with puppets? Judge. What? No, I'm talking about Yana, a human, not a puppet. Did they make you dumber? For the remake, did they make you dumber? Yeah, for the DLC or whatever? Oh, wait. You mean puppet, I gave someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Yana should die in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her chief prosecutor so you to control her. Righto, my boy! You have such an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Yana? For example, has Yana testified that I've done such a thing? Yana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. But Emma already knows. What's the big deal now? Then the way she testified against Chief Dan. I'm afraid without any evidence, all amounts to nothing but mere conjecture. Oh my god, I figured it out. I figured out how everything connects. Remember, the only reason we were able to stay here last time is because of this. This dumb blue badger blood stain. Because that handprint had to have put... The blood stain had to have been put there before the blue badger. And we know that the blue badger was put there at 4:50. Now, Miles Edwards came in before, but we have ruled him out, meaning that the only person who could have left the blood stain was 7777777, which is, if we use the right information, that would be Chief Dan. So all we have to do is prove that his ID number is 7777777. Yes, that is also what happened in this incident. Which one would that be? We're talking about like two at the same time, and I'm just like very confused about what's happening. Like, what are we even doing here? Who's on murder trial? Who died? Neil Marshall? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman, who we were supposed to be talking about. The chief prosecutor had been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone had been controlling her. Shit. Murder me. You better want your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Mr. Damon Dant is threatening to hurt Miles for talking too much. It's obvious is that Chief Dant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Yana take the rap to cover his involvement. What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That impossible! Your Honor, I will merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier to understand language. Nah. It's too late, Mr. Wright. Huh? There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he decided to go through with this, and I have to come with him. Can you prove this? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Dant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Dant to the murder of Detective Goodman. It's obviously gonna be the ID number, right? It's either gonna be that, or it's gonna be an item that was in the safe. Because if we pick an item that was in the safe, then it will be like, we got this item from the safe. The number we used to get into the safe was 7777777. But no, that's a bit to do that. I'll just do this one. This is the ID card, yes. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that my card number. Well, why don't you just tell us? Hey, Judge. Hey, Baye. Can you take his ID and check what the number is? Because, we are allowed to ask for your ID number if we indict you. We're pretty much trying to charge you with murder right now. Why are you acting like we can't do that? Why can't we? It's your number. Yeah, because you made your ID number your safe number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Dant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7-digit? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID number on that list. Chief Dant! Oh God. Chief Dant! You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Shit, I think we got him, boys. I think we got him. Order, order. Chief Dant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defendant's search of my office was in violation of regulation. And I will demand that Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, the court demands an explanation from you about the usage of this ID card. Chief Dant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go wherever I want. Tell me, when you entered the evidence room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you on that day, would he? Of course not! Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Dan, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On the day you had to have met with Detective Goodman. The trial purpose is to determine Yana Shadai's guilt. That's what we're doing. Yeah, I told you who I think did it. If I can prove he did it and that my client didn't do it, then my client is innocent of murder. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Dan met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What happened? What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet with Chief Dan on the day of the crime. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that, maybe. I don't know. Not that. Not that. Not that. No. 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 Not really proof, no. Fingerprinting check. Blue driver. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What was talked about with this? What was it? What did the chief of detectives say about lost item reports? What did he say? Lost item reports have to be given to the chief of police. But the issue is that not filled out. Wait. How did Bruce Goodman enter the evidence room? Give me... Where is the ID card yet? Where is the ID card yet? Hey. He's not on here. How did Goodman get in without his ID? Because maybe that's what he wanted to do. A lost item report. Because didn't Marshall take his ID? Wait a minute, let me check that. Bruce Goodman entered at that time. But we already proven that this time was prosecuted. It was, what was it? It was, what was his name? Shit, I forgot his name. Yeah, I can't use the name, okay. We've already proven that Marshall was actually, was pretending to be Goodman. So that means that 7777, who cares? That was Chief Dan with the real Goodman in tow. If this is about this item report, then it has to be this one. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall. It was Jake Marshall stole it. So, Detective Goodman filed a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? For evidence transferal. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Dan. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Nah. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yeah, you showed us your ID card earlier, so it wasn't in the evidence room, so you must have went with it. If you had really lent it to Goodman, it would have been found on his body. I was gonna say, oh, maybe after the body was found, he took it back. He took it because it's his ID, but then I remembered if he did that, that would be tampering with evidence. So technically, he couldn't take it because it would be a crime. No. Oh, what the fuck? What was that? It was like lightning. Oh my god. How did you... Oh god. That shit was horrifying. Oh, and I'm sorry I didn't do this in dream. It's just that my parents are, doing something. Chief Dan, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur of the moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Yana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? Well, he would need something to carry it. Something to carry it. A trolley? A box? With a little moving cart? Wait a minute. Or a car. That's it! The body wasn't placed in your car at the prosecutor's office. It was placed in your car at the police department. That's it. You went to get your award that day, You went to get an award at the police department. That's when your car was there. At some point, Chief Dan must have put the body in your car. And then you drove it all the way to the prosecutor's office, where Yana would be. And she would move the body somewhere else. I was at the police department the entire day, And everyone's aware that Yana stayed at the prosecutor's office during the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Shadil, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office? I don't think so. Chief Dan, you have all the evidence we need on how to prove you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue taking up space. A clue is never useless if you call it that. How did the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us evidence. To move the victim's body, the chief didn't use this. But we don't have his tar. Miles Edwards' tar isn't a piece of evidence. But why did we have this? We never ever used it before, but we have it now. We've always had it. It's been taking up space. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. Pardon, Shadab? Miles Edward. You mean the body found in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car? I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that tar. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. You didn't plan on doing that, but you did it. If only I could remember why he did it. But you did return. Tell me why. Ah! I react to know my chief didn't know react. To do what? He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But this, where is it? Just a glue driver? Why would he do that? And yes, the glue driver doesn't matter. He just wanted you to come back. That's why. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. That's why he asked you to do that. So you see, what you were really taking back to the prosecutor's office wasn't the glue driver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car? Yes. Oh yes, of course. You have another explanation, Chief Dan. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edwards to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Yana Shaddai. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Shaddai took at the prosecutor's office. This wasn't her putting the body in, it was her taking the body out. Yeah, okay, I got that already. Chief Dan, please, say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? I'm gonna die now? I know I'm old, but not that old. Sorry, Rhino, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney general after this. We have to get going if we're make it in time for the early bird special. No, I can say that better. Oh, we have to make it in time if we're gonna make it to the early bird special. But the class examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're just gonna run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You think I had the honor to dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Dan is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any conclusive proof? Proof that Chief Dan murdered Detective Goodman and made the honest to die dispose of his body? Do I have any conclusive evidence? I don't know. Do I? I actually don't know. No. 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 That doesn't seem important, even if it was in the hard clunch. No, that didn't really help us at all. Maybe if it had his number, but all it has is the muffler thing. I can't find a single thing here that could help us. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Huh. See, Archie. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to use, righto. It seems that Lady Yuck is on my side today. Okay, Archie, I'll leave the rest to you. Damn. Made out like a badass in the night. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Oh, come on. What? Edward! Lady Yuck! Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edward, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing... We haven't yet heard that. We hadn't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only method of proof is testimony. But Chief Dan has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edward, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls for Yana Shaddai. The defendant? Miss Yana Shaddai? Oh shit, my battery yell. How yell is it actually? I hate having to break up reactions or videos. Don't have to do it now though. Okay, we are back. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:50 p.m. on February 22nd. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain somebody's orders. Mr. Edward? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Did they change? I don't think they did. Okay. Very well. The court will now take its final recess of the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Wait, who I think it is? Hold on. Huh? Chief Dan, I thought you were there to eat. You should do it, Yana. He's talking to Yana. I don't think you need to tell me. I don't think you need me to tell you this. But if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, then there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a dinner date to meet. God, my voice has been effing me up this entire time. I'm sorry, guys. I'm drinking water. I took medicine. Okay, Judge, did you hear that? He literally threatened somebody. Do you not care? That should be evidence. Is that not evidence? She said bad shit. Wasn't that testimony? Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. I'm sorry, it must seem like I get shit every other video. Okay, February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Look like we managed to stay in the game. The video game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edward. That chief, see something else, huh, pals? Detective W. Ha ha ha. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work. At your office. Right into your offices? My office? Sure. I'll take care of the place. I'll take the place of that top knotted deal you used to work with. Did he mean Maya? Still, look like we're all out of moves now. She's dead, done it then. How does she always get the upper hand? It's not fair that he had the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. That everyone else can't testify either. Who is it? You mean he refuses the right to testify anything too? To say anything too? Oh, Emma! Where have you been? Emma, are you okay? Oh wait, you fainted. Yeah, oh no, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost somehow feel relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Dan's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. Didn't you already kinda know this, Phoenix? It was all my fault. Okay! No, it wasn't your fault. You're a child. She's your caregiver. She decided to take the risk on her own. And you didn't even mean to get involved. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. You pushed somebody. That doesn't count. Hey, don't blame yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. What? You can't say that, detective. Your job is a vital piece of society, pal. Chief Dan may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. So you're just admitting to it? Well, better get back in time for the final act. Today. It all ends today. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Yana tells the truth. The capital T truth. Let's go, right? Let's end this. Let's end this. To be continued. What are you going to be called now? Are you going to be called like final part? Because it already says trial later. or Trial Yatter. Oh, okay, it's a Trial Yatter 2. And I mean Yater, not Yatter. Yater. Okay, February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Tort Room number 9. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Yana Shadai, please take the stand? Miss Yana Shadai, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edward, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. You know, with how she says that, it made me wonder if she's fighting herself. Does she want to tell us? Does she want to give us a hint? Or does she want to keep it all to herself? I feel like maybe, like, she wants to say more with the lines. She wants to say something like, you know what Chief Dan had made me done all these 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Shadai. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Yana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Aw. Now, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Dan. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Dan. Witness testimony. Dan and the fabrication. I worked alongside Dan for a number of years. There's no truth to this oh my god. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Okay? You're not gonna admit it just yet. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I am confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But, Yana! If this is true, then that means Chief Dan had nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. But please, Mr. Wright, you gotta help her. She's sacrificing everything because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, there's no time to start second-guessing myself. The debate may now begin its cross-examination. What was the point of that little moment? Dan and the fabrication. I worked alongside Dan for a number of years. Tell me about it. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Yeah, see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Dan and Detective Detective Dan and Detective Shadai were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school like Mia. I don't know how that would work, really. Like, so, I'm gonna assume that whatever schedule they went to was a y'all schedule. So she went to y'all schedule to become a prosecutor. But then she became a detective, and then she became a senior prosecutor. Because like, it doesn't sound like she became a prosecutor and then a senior prosecutor. It sounds like she went from detective to senior prosecutor in like a couple, like, in one day or something. How did that work? Jamie Dant was a respectable detective. That's why there's no truth to this blackmail feeling. But think about it, Miss Yana. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me I met yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dart was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that sleep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Yana. So, that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Tell me about that. You say you did it all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The Bloated Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. So, the knife does come apart. Also, that did not look like the same knife. The knife in the image is like... Oh wait, I don't have an image of it. Shit. I don't think the knife looked like that though. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. You have to remember, Phoenix. She's lying to protect her sister. There's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change that statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dart? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dart was carrying a flip-blade knife. Oh. Now was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She tried to cover up her lies with more lies. Hey, well, you know what Mia taught us, right? Lies always beget more lies. All we have to do is see through one. All just to protect me. So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. Okay. I blows off the tip of I planted off the tip of dark knife, planted it inside the wound and something. You planted the tip of dark knife and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edward. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. I like how you said that in your own head. Like, in your own head, you need to seem intelligent to yourself. What do I choose? Why you plant the knife? But why do you do that? Come on now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. You wanted a better murder weapon? Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Mr. Dye fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. Oh wait, they knew. So yeah, it would have his fingerprints on it, right? According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall... Okay, that did not look like the same knife. Oh, well, I guess that's after she manipulated it. I feel like the wounds wouldn't look the same at all, though. Would they? Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yeah. And leaving it in might put the blame away from Dart. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So, you buried it inside the victim's stab wound. Sorry, yes. Because I hated Dart for what he did. Do we believe her about this hatred? My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure? So, you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do we have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. But she was so desperate to hide that fact that you're willing to risk the death sentence? Honestly, I think she is. She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, I prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister is lying. Okay? If only we had some sort of item that could tell us if somebody is lying. Like, a polygraph test. You look like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists that she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Yana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. I worked the onside dance for years. Oh, wait. What? Okay, maybe there's evidence I can use. That's true. That's false, but I don't know how to prove it yet. I guess there's something to prove it, but I don't think there is. Yeah, some piece of evidence that works. Yeah, no, I don't think any of this would work, really. No. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. I broke off the tip of a dark knife and planted it inside the moon to move the body. I knew the tip of the Okay. Mr. Wright, my ship is lying. Okay, well that didn't help. Okay, so I think the game wants me to press more. But I don't know why. I already did it. Yeah, no, it's all the same. Okay. And okay, maybe this one does do something. Do you do so to help your sister? Okay, I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. So you did time to do it for her, even in your fake story. Y'all know that when you published the evidence 2 years ago, I found functioning in your body reviewing the time scene. Oh wait, what about that other section? Okay. I remember all of this. What? Oh yeah, okay. She did that tell us how it was all made up and that I faked it or made it up. Like only a situation I dreamed was possible, yada yada yada. What happened to the other murder weapon? Oh, that? It was a little distance away, probably not letting the level. She tried to cover up her eyes with my eyes, all to protect me. So when you have the scene like this, what do you do? This is what everything boils down to, yes. Oh wait, I can do this one. Because I remember I had a selection, and I didn't pick the other option. My head isn't that bad, but I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Who are you talking to? Me? Am I the others? When you showed up in the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Dan's death. But the body was found by your death. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain in more detail. I'm sure she was about to do that, Judge. You don't have to do the hammer every time somebody is about to do what you order them to do. Oh, wait. Okay, I figured something out. Okay. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the event should threaten to ruin my plan. So, what about this one? Do you know about the one in the safe? Why wouldn't you get that one? Or are you the person who put it in there? Wait. Pieces of the jar. You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dart committed the crime, I felt it would be expedient to move the body. Expedient. So, when you found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it will become clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dart was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have broken during their struggle. Yeah, okay. What is it, Emma? What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Intuition? There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My brain forgot that word. Okay, I am gonna present the jar. Because no matter what, it seems like a pretty big deal here, right? Mr. Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction in your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, the pieces of the jar that shattered during the event should threaten to ruin my plan. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written in the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. Yeah, the jar says, Emma. Okay, well, it says Emma. So, the jar says Emma, and yet you say that Emma did nothing. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, he'd have to be near it. It must not have been broken when he died. That too. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. So the jar was put together, but what broke it? Order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed regarding this jar and its bloody message. The bloody message! I'm British now. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems as if you are in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we are heading. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. But also, yeah, it looks like she has some blind spots too. But what are they? Very well, the witness may continue her testimony. Sorry, I burped. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed blood places on the jar. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dart was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looked as feeble as the defensive taste. Damn, Judge, why are you roasting me alive, bro? I thought we were homies. But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. Pathetic. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe that? You didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally, I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. Why not? So, you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and drowned them in the dust. Well, that helps my case. Yana, you do that for me? Ha! It seems that you two might just make up yet. Anyway, I barely had time to move the body as it was. Listen to you, I really hope we get to see them really make up after this. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd use your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. How do you know it was your sister, though? Like, I would get it if she was the only one who was conscious, but she was also knocked out. So, how did you know? I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dart killed prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. Yeah, that's how you ruin your whole story. What else could I have done in that situation? Depends on what situation you're talking about. The real one or the fake one. I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but dabber the pieces. The fragment was on, so I'm sure I got them all. But how can you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. That's nice, that too. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. Okay, a desk light's also important to have. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about doing was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the time machine. Yes, I don't have any excuses for my actions. I'm so sorry, Yana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident, no doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. I'm pretty sure that Manfred. I'm pretty sure that was Manfred who did that, not her. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister is really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. You know, I like to think the reason why Phoenix Wright is so invested in these two sisters making up is because she saw how devastated Maya was when her sister died, and he doesn't want that to happen again. So I like to think it's that kind of thing. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The flame was hard. Well, did you... Oh, wait, wrong one. Sorry, give me a minute. I hit the wrong button. Okay, so obviously the right answer is the piece that was in the safe. How did you put it in there? And if you didn't, how did it get in there? Wrong one. X. It's an X. Mr. Dye, I believe this jar contains a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Dan's office. Dan. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. So apparently, Yana doesn't know everything. And I bet she doesn't know how far Dan is willing to go. Maybe even to murder. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she examined every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Dan got there before you. Who else would know his password? But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone, yet alone an ace detective to miss. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day using my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Of that, there was no way a name could be written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Dan. At the time, he was looking for dark downstairs. Besides, even if he went there first, why would he blame the jar? The question is, why did he arrive there first? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer that? No! My breakdown! I can't believe I get one. Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Guilty, guilty, guilty. You're guilty, Phoenix Wright. You're guilty, Miles Edwards. You're guilty, Yana. I'm the master. I'm the judge. Judge, are you done? Good. Dame and Dan arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and perfectly hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Dan do that? Self-profit. It's all about that. In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? what happened afterwards. Discovering the scene, Yana Shaddai believed her sister, Emma, killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Dan's aid. Lending her his aid, Dan helped her create evidence that incriminated Dart, surveilling Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Shaddai became the chief's puppet. Ah! No, I did it on my own. But please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't do it. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. The defense attorney makes up the most foul lies for their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client. I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. Are you talking to Phoenix, right? Really? Me? How? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Dan's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Yana may be right after all. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? No, not that. That's dumb. Miss Shaddai, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over prosecutor Marshall. Well, maybe you did hit him into the armor. Miss Shaddai, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination might not change a thing. However, there is a possibility it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Witness testimony. Actual crime scene, not fake crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor. Emma and Dart were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Dan help me remove the body from the shore, carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body impaled on the armored sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Wait, do you have proof? Give it to us. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? You didn't give me a photo. It's a photo I took of the crime scene as it occurred. Well, no, it wouldn't be over here. It would be the later ones. You didn't even give me a lot of evidence. All you gave me was a book. See, it's just a book. telling me about evidence y'all and shit. What are they supposed to do? It's a picture of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Yana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any picture from Yana. Yana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Yet check the evidence. Then. There must be a picture in there somewhere. What, this one? What? Oh, okay. Now it's a book. Now it's a book. How do I open this? Oh! Oh, God! Hey! There's a picture in here. Dear God. Oh. Oh, my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged everything. On a picture, inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright! That piece of cutout vest, could that be? The cloth we found inside Chief Dan's safe. But this isn't good. It has Emma's fingerprints. What's this? Oh no. There's a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprint those were must be the real murderer. No, Emma, that isn't what it means. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the flush examination. So Yana, you tell the truth. We should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its flush examination. Okay, the actual crime scene. When I arrived on the scene, Who is it? What the? Why are you here? Come now, Ungie. This is the poorest and beautiful trial I've ever seen. Chief Dan. What now? You want me... What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. You can't. I'm afraid it's far too late for that now. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit the right to make any statements of any sort. This must be that list we were talking about from earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh dear God! Oh no. I mean, cool line. That was an awesome line. I just don't like the idea of hanging. So what? You think I'm worried? Huh? Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Can you? Isn't that our job as lawyers? Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you should still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Me? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves to not over-prosecutor Neil Marshall causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma is sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who killed Prosecutor Marshall? These about evidence, right? Maybe this will help. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Do I have the approval of the police department? No. It was found in your safe. There's no way you would want it. Would want that. Okay. I can't. I'm not gonna throw Emma under the bus. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Dan. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you realize the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Dan? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? Judge, didn't we know that for a while now? This is gonna be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department! I bet it is. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the goal, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. And then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Yana. Wow. So, you saw a bad situation and manipulated it to your advantage. Wow. typical bureaucrat. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Yana. If I made it like to blame Ye with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Dai. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to then show dirt to the victim. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Yana had arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean the item number in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to prepare for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that Dale committed. Okay, so his plan is that he didn't commit the murder. He did everything else, but he didn't murder somebody. I guess he tried to get off with a better sentence. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb yuck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. No, you didn't. The most legible part would be the E and the M. I didn't expect Yana to go ahead and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar, too? Ha 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 ha. Oh ha ha. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Toss it up now. I know you have it. Hand it over, boy. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? You admit to it then, Chief Stamp, that you were hiding the cloth you cut from the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. It took like 5 episodes or something. Maybe 6. But now, the moment of truth has finally arrived. Ayana, you don't mess up here. Victory is mine. The 2 rules of evidence, y'all. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Well, he's the highest person in that department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. I don't know about you, but it's pretty damn relevant now. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Please, work. Sorry, wrong button. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes, at last, you finally brought it out into the open. Oh, there's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the lever, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it should not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho. Oh ho ho ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Rhino had all this time to present this evidence. Yet, he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean, you already know. You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever's fingerprints belong to, whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything proceeding as I predicted. The person to whom the fingerprints belong to. Please, feeling right, whatever your plan is, it better be good. Emma should die. What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Righto. You knew they still did it all along. And you still try to pin the murder on me. So, it's true. Tragic, but true. This deal really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Shaddai? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along. Yet you acted like you really didn't. Miss Shaddai, it's not over yet. What? I said, this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy! I really like how feeling right isn't saying a word. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's this? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Dan, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was MSI, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a political contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? She stands, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. No. I think they should stick to the bottom row all the time. Not this. Well, it has to do with the picture, right? We need to see his vest. Because that's what this is. It's a part of the vest. No, not that. Where's the picture? Let me see it. It does look like it would fit. Then what's the contradiction? Oh god. I think they actually added the blood. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that the second taste, Mia's body wasn't even bloody at all. I think this one has a real blood. That's cool. Still can't tell. Maybe they should check it. Maybe they like a poor implant or something. Wait a minute. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Blood. Blood. But, wait. No, come on. Where is it? What? Why is there no blood? There should be blood. The energy, look at the picture. It's so bloody. There should be some at the back at least, but there's nothing. That's the contradiction. And what is that, see? Is that supposed to... This is the picture Miss Yana Shaddai took. Take a good look at it. See where the pieces of the vest were cut out? Yes, there's certainly someone underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His yawns were no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Ugh. Since Emma's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time. Oh, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Dan, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Yana Shaddai, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armored sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then vote. A jar that they then vote on purpose to leave behind a clue, and to make Yana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut this bloodless piece of the victim's neck? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Objection! That was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Huh? So sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refuse your allegations. What do you mean you refuse his allegations? You see that piece of cloth? It's illegal evidence. Really? Is it? Are you over the evidence rules? I think it's good. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Ozzy? Earlier, old Rhino concealed that piece of cloth. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you the best me in court? It looked like the laughs on you, son. He's going insane right now. Absolutely insane. I'm afraid Mr. Dance's claim is legally correct. The best kind of correct. Well, Mr. Edward, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that Chief Dance is a person. What country are you from? I'm joking, okay. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright. It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed the cloth? I'm not admitting to that. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. Objection! No, it isn't, Mr. Dance. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence. It's that I couldn't present evidence. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain protocols involved when presenting evidence. No, I see. Don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this piece of evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence, y'all. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in the book. The second rule of evidence, y'all. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove relevance between the cloth and the SO9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture. Sorry, but can you recall when was that photo presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Dan. You, yourself, confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes! No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest, and the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moment. In other words, the real murderer, and the only one who that could have been. Damon Dan, the killer was you. No. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That dude for nothing, Saddam. For 2 years now, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He would clue an Angel Shadar, and then convince Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll use my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to click. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are still too many unanswered questions. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking it out, he said, and not too late, I'm gonna hand this all over to Marshall. Wow, I guess Goodman really was a good man. Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. Like when I saw it, that accursed knife. And you just killed him? On the spot? I couldn't pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective W.'s yachter. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Damn. Is that a part of this? Is that why you picked Edgeworth's car? Leaving the prostitution tar aside, Miles, do not start about your tar. How? How do you get Miss Shadai involved in all this? Well, she had as much to use as I did if the truth came out. So, you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's yachter. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragment and the job. Yeah. It looked like I was better off being an investigator of crimes rather than a committer. You were. I really hope you were. They all did their best to get my way. I'm not a hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down when you try to do it alone. Wow. Well, it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Uggy. What? We'll have to cancel that dinner date. Oh, sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Dant. I knew you as you used to be, Yonadel. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn you are no longer that person. Those days are over now, Uggy. Thanks for the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rhino here. And Wormy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Dan betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Shaddai, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Damon Dant help me forge evidence, up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Shaddai. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standard you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, in a few years from now, you might just make it to the top. Oh my god! How are you so cute? I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Tonight is the first time we've seen her with a genuine smile, and it is beautiful. Miss Shaddai. And to you too, Mr. Edward. Huh? You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you. It was nothing. Liar. Just admit it. I was worried that the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edward. Stop it! I only did my job. In the light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Shaddai? Yes, Your Honor? You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is, you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been such a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I've felt free of these heavy chains. Wow. Well, this trial had gone on for far too long already. Yeah, maybe how many videos? 5 videos? 6 videos? Regardless, regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Yana Shaddai, not guilty. Hooray, hurrah, dibbity-dong, hooray. hooray, hurrah, huckabiddy-daw. That is all. This tour is adjourned. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. At Young Act, it's finally over. Emma, why are you sad? I know your sister's going to jail, but you can visit her every once in a while, and she'll be nicer to you now. Why the yawn face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. What about it? She played us. You know, I did my best too, but Yana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Let me guess, are you gonna say the same thing about happier people at funerals? Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. You're gonna come back and now you're gonna be mad at us. Wait, Detective W, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you told me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pal. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came here today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Oh my god, her sister! Yana! Should you be doing this? Isn't it time to still under arrest? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. Wow. You are a very tough person, then. Like, how old were you when that happened? Like, you're 29 now, so 2 years ago, 28, 27? You were like 27. Like, you haven't panicked. You hadn't panicked once in your entire life until your 20s. That is incredible. You definitely deserve all the praise you've gotten. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could do was think about getting you out of that mess. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Dad to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't blame myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. scared that you would look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Aww. Oh, Emma. Emma! That is so sweet. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. That was quite the message. At least, that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Thumbshoe, me, thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Why do you always look mad? Where was she hiding? This is not a big room. I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be doing now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Huh? We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone says, I realized today that I couldn't correct my mistakes. Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Dad was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You, me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll understand what it takes to bring them down once you go in alone. But what if it's not just you? I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows, given enough time, I might have tried to pull something off the chief dad. Maybe I would have updated an autopsy report, or told somebody to shut up and not talk about something, unless they were told to. Maybe I would ask for another day in court just to make up evidence. That thought terrified me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, Don't you understand? Damon Dan is your mentor, Manfred von Tarma. Oh, we got an M-Man. We got a mention to Manfred. Both were the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone unnoticed. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Oh, what? Oh, yeah. What, is a pot quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Yana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edward nor I would have been able to find on our own. No, Yana gave that to me. No, Yana gave that to me. Well, I found it on my own. Wait a minute. The yes. It would cut in half. One half from me, one half from you, Edward. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the yes, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edward. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edward, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edward, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let whatever happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Mr. Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edward, I'll be waiting for you in Tort. Farewell. Okay, now when I read that, I can kind of see where people are getting romantic implications. Yeah, I can totally see where all the right worst people are coming from. With that scene, I can see it. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little thing for you. Scientific investigations. Oh, I like it. I like how they both are birds. Like, look at that. See, they're both birds. That's adorable. It's the first book I ever bought. Should study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, Don't select it off yet. Don't select it off yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. What is it now? You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. I mean, yeah, I knew that. We knew that. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the people in the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard to death. I had to bribe a guard for 30 minutes to sneak her out. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. What? I don't have the money for that. Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't we all still pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Objection. Didn't you shoot it to me? I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days in the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back into the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Aww. You two investigating together. You'd like to be the new dynamic duo. I like how tiny the team is. Yikes! I thought I was a daughter there for a minute. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigations of the chief's office. If we penalize you one more time, it would be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It's just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. This was such a sweet ending, and I like usually nowadays the teams who make video games are so much bigger, but it's nice to only have a couple names. It's kind of like tiny, it's cozy. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I could be just like that Detective Dick Gumshoe. Graphic. See, only 3 people for that one. Okay, 6. Is that it? We don't even did the music? If you're gonna show me him, you have to give me the music. Oh, it died. The battery died. Flow slamming. Thank you, flow slammer. Okay, more flow slamming. Was he like the top dog? What of it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a sedate young partner? Miss Di managed to sneak this into me. She's been seeing one of the guards. Well, Cowboy, it's still yeah, you did it. You even got Bambina back to her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the Dane get their water? Okay, let me guess. Is it gonna be Angel Net? Look like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a main meal on the menu. You should write something. The top layer tastes like bitter and defeat, but the bottom layer is like sweet as victory. Tasting the really did the turnabout thing. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. How do you eat it backwards? Didn't you say top layer and bottom layer? Utilization. Ben Stud. Brandon Day. Ha. Day. I'll never forget that young defense attorney said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Yes? Anyhow, he said he'd been doing something or other, for how many years? Well, anyway, I'm not on our trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Utilization. More people from utilization, I presume. More people from utilization. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh, country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a fully fledged Shabbir medium. Mr. Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Oh my god. I missed Maya in the trial so much. Is that her town? Is that what it looks like? I guess she did say it was in the mountains. It looks really Japanese. I thought this game took place in California, though. Mr. Edward? The butler. Mr. Edward, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Wow. What was that note about? That seemed like a cliffhanger. What was that? That had to be important, right? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Yana, all I have to do is open this book. Really? Oh, I can open it. Sure. Let's have a look. Where would I open it? Okay, where do I open this actually? Open. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's a letter. Oh my, wait, is that? Oh my god! That's like baby Emma and like slightly younger Yana. That's awesome! So happy together. Right outside the police department too. Tap Tom. I know this is a DLC, but honestly, I think it works really well as an ending. Because the way we beat Manfred von Tarma is because we presented evidence. But the only way we defeat Demon Dan is by proving that our evidence was allowed. So, we kind of had to work a bit outside the law. So yeah, I feel like that was actually a really climactic ending for this one. What do we have here? Oh, well, I might close the... Oh, shit. Okay, guys. I think that is all I have to say about this video. And, I hope to see you guys next time. Bye!